Good afternoon, everybody. How you doing? There we are. A couple of minutes late, actually. I don't know why that was. Oh well. Better late than never, people. Better late than never. Yes, pretty warm here. Pretty warm here. So, who we got in? So we got Simon's World. Managed to redial cord his Dynatron Elan after a few hours, and second lot of thinner dial cord. Original dial cord snapped. I did have a second Elan for reference, otherwise you'd have been stumped. No worries, Simon. Thanks for joining us, mate. Glad I inspired you, mate. It's not my favourite thing though. It ain't my favourite thing, dial cords, and I don't know whether we're going to need to do a dial cord today, but it's definitely on the cards. Hi Harvey, you going to see me later? If you don't fall asleep on the sofa, I'll take it that was from earlier. George, still going till 7. Oh my god. I knocked it on the head about 1:30, I think. Just got up, Keith. Teetotaler. Foxy's there. Benji, I blame you. I've gone and bought a blimmin' microphone on mine. Too much rum, and I've gone and got a Euro microphone coming now. Crazy. What's the matter with me? Doing your bonfire, George. Hi ZX, are you? Ninja. Break out the snacks. Afternoon, Dom. Driver Films Shortwave. Cyberflyer. Hi, Cyberflyer. Nick. Hi, Nick. Afternoon, Rob. Rob Titheridge. Phil Taylor. How you doing, Phil? Colin. Harvey's going to have a quick sleep. Oh dear. You're just chilling in the stream. Oh, right, okay. I thought you were sat in a stream, George. Right, okay. So yeah, we had a good night last night. Messing about, listening to different bands, and I don't know, for some reason it got dragged into tape recorders, and it was bizarre, but yeah, it was good fun. We certainly covered a lot of the shortwave bands. Very interesting. So today is the another outing for the third outing actually for the Hacker RP30, which I'm hoping to try and get all the sort of mechanical stuff done, and just it's just down to the cosmetics then, really polishing it all up and seeing if we get rid of the horrible smoky smell. I think I've got to get some brown gloss as well, because the Hacker badge needs repainting. So let's shoot over to that and have a look in a minute. So there he is, looking a bit dark. I think that's more the camera than anything else. Yeah, possibly. There you are. So, as you're probably aware, if you've watched the other videos, I've done the IF board, and George has done the amplifier. We've got our Spitfire cockpit switch to remove. So today I want to fit a new pot in it. So I've got 47K. This is 50K pot in this one. These ain't brilliant, to be fair, but they do the job. And end of the day, it's switched. It's got a double PO, double throw switch on it. Obviously, we only need 2 of those connections, but well, I assume we do. It depends how they've wired that one up. I think we only need 2. But yeah, we've got to try and wire that in. And we've also got a problem with the dial cord slips. And what was the other thing? Oh, the tuning cap is short in as well. So loads to do on it. Loads to do. Loads and loads. Hi Rob, how are you? Rob Cross. Hi Keith. Fat Tony. How you doing, Tony? Yeah, I'm going to have to tackle the dial cord. I'm hoping it's not going to be as dramatic as I think. And I'll show you why. Let's get the overhead camera going and I'll open up the instruction book. Now, I have done these before. I've never had to restring one. I've always managed to get it done on the adjustment. So if I sort the overhead camera out, way too close, let's just go out a bit. Okay, here we go then. Let's get rid of me a minute and stick that on the screen. So the dial cord on these is a little bit different, or it's very different to a lot of sets, but not too difficult. So the thing that gives the dial cord its tension is obviously this spring, but this spring is on what do they call it, an anchor taglet, and that, it doesn't really show it there, but that is bolted down. And what happens is with age and wear, that that tag drops down a little bit and causes the dial cord to go slack. So I'm thinking that it might just be a case of tightening this up, but then again, if the dial cord's frayed, then we are going to have to change it. But I'm thinking hopefully it's just a case of adjusting that. And it does tell you here about adjusting the spring, etc. A bit further up here tells us about adjusting the spring tension for minimum torque on the drive spindle without slipping. So they're basically not too tight, but not slipping. An arm should be approximately in the position shown, which is around about 45 degrees. It's around about 45 degrees from the top case there. So I'm hoping it's going to be that. But you can never tell, can you? So again, I don't think it's yeah, okay, we have got a dot. So one of the things with replacing the potentiometer with one of these is the resting point isn't the same as this. So you want the resting point to be around about there. It's about, I don't know, what would you call it, about 7 o'clock on the front. You can see a little pip there. That in that position it should be off. And if you put one of these in, you'll find it's sort of over here somewhere. It's more like 5 o'clock. So what we've got to do is we've got to turn this around and drill a little hole for this little key to fit into. So that's going to be the game. Evening Wenlock, how are you? So without further ado, I suppose we better get this thing apart, haven't we? Because I've got to get the tuning cap out of it. Well, not actually out of it, but I've certainly got to get the chassis out. Okay, so let's stick me up there. Oh, that's big. that wasn't the plan. Let's try that again. There we are. There we are. Right, I'm up in the corner. So I just put the handle, what would you call them, pegs back in earlier just to take a picture of it for today's stream. Something I have got to do is I've got to fill this hole in. Now, I'm not going to be able to get this Rexine, and I don't really want to have non-original Rexine. So what I think I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to design and 3D print a plug to go in there. The only thing is I haven't got any sort of burgundy filament, so I'm not sure, but I'd like to sort of get a burgundy, or at least sort of get well, that is burgundy, isn't it? This sort of colour plastic, really. So as it looks, it's gonna look better than a gaping great hole. So that's the plan. And I might have to speak very kindly to Chris if my 3D printer is still playing up, or I've got to send mine back to the manufacturers yet again. What a pain that 3D printer has been. I have seen some very good results actually from some quite budget 3D printers. It could be time to maybe think about changing mine, but I know mine cost, I think it was about £1,000. I think it was £999.99. So it's not the sort of thing you really want to ditch without trying to save it. And it's out of warranty now. But they know the machine very well because they've had it back dozens of times. Well, not dozens of times, but loads of times. Okay. Let's have a look then. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this back panel off because it sort of gets in the way when you're working on this, and also I've got to give it a good clean. I've got to unstick the back grill and redo that properly because it's been glued back on. So it's flapping about in the breeze, I think, attached to the Rexine still. Take some cloth from the inside. Yeah, I don't want to patch it though, Paul. I want to do a complete, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do a complete side piece. I mean, the only other option I got is to possibly try and take it off the bottom, but I think just a plug in burgundy would look fine. But yeah, this grill is just flapping about. Like, it's not fixed to anything. It's been glued to the back. So I'm hoping with a bit of isopropyl I can get off all that old glue. Put a new piece of speaker cloth in there because it's all gone white. It would have been black originally. Yeah, good, nice bit of foam though. Sean likes a good bit of foam. Get the mallet. Yeah, I think Sean's out and about, isn't he? I don't think we'll see Sean. So yeah, the other option I got, but then I've got this whacking great cutout here. Whether I could unglue this and slide it up a bit to cover that, I don't know. I think trying to unglue it is going to cause more damage than it's going to cure. So I'm opting for the plug at this stage. Right, I've already taken the bottom screws out of the chassis. So let's just carefully undo George's amplifier. We're calling this George's amplifier because he did the works on this. He's recapped it. He's done the bias in, midpoint voltage and quiescent current. It's a bit of a wibbly there, so just tighten that one up. But yeah, bit of a game doing those, so George did well to get that done. Right, let's get this thing out of the case if it'll come. These are a bit tight because they've got a plastic thing in them. There we go. Right, let's get that to one side. Okay. Well, we've got to take the top panel off to do the pot anyway. Mike, how you doing? Back on the good stuff, mate. Yeah. Back playing with the Hackers, which is the bread and butter stuff, isn't it, really? So let's pop the knobs off. These are absolutely filthy. We've got the little felt washers, which you need to keep. Welcome back, Mike, and thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Gary. Hi, Andrew. Harold. Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone spotted that I put it as Harold earlier. Just checking to make sure you're on your toes, see, really. These are fairly unique as well because they're made of this red plastic. So I think what I will get some filament, I think. See if I can get some burgundy filament, and I've got a couple of these sets that need new knobs, and I have got drawings I've done of the knobs so I can print out a new knob. Luckily these are Pecolet, you can't see that there, but these are Pecolet is the make. Daniel, how you doing? You've been mowing the lawns. Right, now the dodgy bit is getting this piece of brass off. And I mean, I don't know what you guys do, but I tend to just use a flat bladed screwdriver. Just very gently prise it off. So you don't really want to get this bent if you can help it. So I'm just walking it off with the screwdriver. There we go. That's one. Let's get the other side. Looks like someone's giving this one a whack to try and crimp it in place, which is certainly not how they did it in the factory. First one I've seen that's been hammered. Normally these you can actually turn them over if you need to. Actually no, you can't with these, they've got a funny little lip on them. Some of them, the Roberts ones you can turn around, but these have got like a lip. There we go. Yeah, so someone's giving them a little tap in with a screwdriver to try and pin them to the case. Not necessary. So it looks like our dial plate's already off. Which it is. It is very dark, isn't it? It's almost chocolate brown, but it's a very deep burgundy. Oh, yeah. Knobs in the knob wash. I haven't got a knob wash, George. I have no ultrasonic cleaner. Right, let's have a look at this dial cord then. Let's see what the damage is. Okay. Well, our spring is tight. Our spring is very tight, actually. Unless this piece has moved, perhaps. I wouldn't say a dial cord's slack, really. Maybe the spindle of that needs some cleaning. Does seem really stiff. So we'll try a bit of oil first. I'm trying to avoid doing this dial cord, can you tell? I don't know if you can tell or not, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Let's get some oil. Excuse me. Let's get Doug's oil out. A little bit on that spindle. Work that in. Let's whip this this plate here off. It's real colourful, isn't it? Should clean up nice. I'm hoping so, Mike. That dial plate should come up lovely, and those knobs hopefully will come up really nice. And if the only question mark is the brass, really, is it really brass, or is it plated? If it's plated, I'm in trouble, because they're going to need a proper wire wooling, I would think, wire wool, to get the metal to come up again. So I'm just taking this face plate off so as I can have a look at the mechanism underneath. I think we have got an issue with the dial cord stretched. Come on, gently does it. Again, we want to bend that. There we go. So say this arm should be about 45 degrees, but decreasing that's going to loosen the tension on that spring, not increase it. So it doesn't feel that tight, really. Let's just give these pulleys a little bit of oil as well. Just, I keep getting the wrong one, don't I? So if we can get it moving freer, we might be okay. Got bearing in there. I know you all want to see me struggle and do the dial cord. But it is moving a lot freer already, actually. So hopefully that'll sort it. This little needle oiler is absolutely brilliant, and thanks again to Doug. Oh, Doug is there. Hi Doug, how are you? Well, I'm hoping not to have dial cord fun, Doug. I'm really hoping I don't want dial cord fun. So I'm just trying to get the mechanism moving a lot smoother, which it certainly is now. So just pop that front plate on because it's scratching against the aluminium there. Let's pop a couple screws back in that, see if that's made it any better. Yes, this It's a bit tight at the end, and I think that's this. It's this tuning gang is really binding, really badly binding. You get up to about there, it really gets stiff. Let's give the bottom pivot a oil as well. I mean, the other thing that it could be an issue on this tuning gang is the fact that it's been covered in nicotine, possibly. So I think that's cured. I don't need to restring it, which is brilliant. It's just stiff. It's just really stiff. Let's put these bits back in. What did you get off eBay, Mike? The oiler? One of these? Yeah, Chromate Industrial Corp. So that was a great gift from Doug. And I've gone and lost the top of it now. I need the little top, otherwise I'm in trouble. Right, okay. So let's see if we can clean this. Let's have a look here. What we've got. Okay, we ideally need to get this out the way. The problem is it's a very stiff O-ring that they've used to support the ferrite. That's actually on like a little tab, look. That's nice of them to put a little tab on it as well, isn't it? It was typical Hacker. I don't know if you can see this, but there's an O-ring which is on a tab. So if I pull down on that, I can maybe get it around. Got to be careful, because if I slip, I could break the ferrite, which you don't want to do. There we go. It's a little tab. Just unscrew the screw this end. Just going to screw that nut back on there. So the foam that sits in has long since perished. I don't want that going into the tuning gang, really. Let's get you in a little bit closer so you can see what's going on. Oh, that's my little thing for me. Oil. Oil. Right, so why is this tuning gang so tight? Is it? So I can't physically get at that, I don't think. I might be able to if I take this off. Let's just take this plate off as well. you see all that too? Yeah, I'm just taking this top plate right off. Give me a bit more access to the tuning capacitor. Gotta be careful of that ferrite, Doug. You gotta watch me with speakers and ferrites. Right, that's better. Now I can really see it. Okay, I mean, sometimes the shafts can wear, but I don't know. Let's get a bit of paper in there with some isopropyl on it, and we'll move it around to see if we can, we'll see if it's dirty to start with. So I'm just gonna try that in there. That's nice. Let's see if we can do a double fold on it. There we go. So all I'm doing is I've just got a piece of paper there that I folded over twice. I'm going to wet that. He says as he squirts it all over it. I'm just going to drop that in. No, that one looks pretty clean. Let's try the next one. Don't ever spray anything in these, will you? Isopropyl's not too bad because it will evaporate away. But the problem is if you spray it actually into it, it'll remove all the greases and that you want to keep in there. What's that? Yeah, looking good so far. Right, so we've got a little bit of muck, but not excessive really. There's a bit of grit in the bottom of it. Oh hello, this one's tight. Let's open this out the other way. Squirt a bit more isopropyl on it. Yeah, this is the tight one. Yeah, this is the one that's been bent. I mean, that's grabbing the paper there, look. That's really tight. Are the top and bottom tuning spindle nuts done up correctly? I mean, I really don't want to touch that, Andrew, unless I've absolutely got to. But I think that the problem is this top one is bent. So I'm struggling to get this in these. If it's too badly bent, then the only rectification is to replace it, which means nicking one out of another radio. I don't know if this is the same tuning cap as the RP18, because this is obviously only a medium wave radio, where the RP18 is, sorry, this is an AM long wave medium wave, and the RP18 is FM long wave medium wave. Yeah, I mean, I've got some muck out of it. I'm going to try and clean down through there next. I wonder if that those little, you don't want anything that will scratch it, you see. Just wondering if one of these interdental things would go down there or not. If I can get hold of it. Yeah, that will. So I'm going to go down through with this little thing. These are just for cleaning the gaps in your teeth, but they work very well for radio stuff. So again, I'm going to just wet that with a bit of isopropyl. I'm going to go down through the captive side. To say there is a strong smell of nicotine on this, so you know, if you get a load of that gum on the plates, then it will jam it up. Oh, got bent me brush now. Put a bit more isopropyl on that. I've had the week off this week. Mrs. Crunch has been on holiday, so we've sort of been out and about doing bits and pieces, doing a bit of shopping. We've been out walking on the moors with the dogs. And sadly, Maddie's our female Labrador suffered a bit because she had blisters on her pads. So she went a bit mental up there and just went running over everything. And of course it's granite and it's quite hard on the pads. The Coco was all right, but Maddie suffered a little bit. Right, let's have a think. Is there anything else I can do to this? Andrew's mentioned the sort of end float. I mean, there's no adjustment on the top, but we have got this nut on the bottom that we can loosen. But really, if you touch that, you could write the thing off. And these little tabs are usually bent by the factory to get the fine adjustment on the tuning. So if you see some of these that are bent, these little slotted ones, you know, they're there for fine tuning the tuning range, so to speak. So don't think if you've got one of these slightly bent that you've got to bend them all back into shape, because they're done at the factory. So let's see if that's any better. I'm just going to turn it again. No, it's still... Oh, it's a little bit better. That's improved it, but it looks like they're all... It looks like they're all too low on this side. So the other thing that can happen is these mounts that hold the fixed one in, they can actually come unsoldered or come loose, and you can find that this will twist. And I mean, to me, that looks like the whole lot needs to come down on that one. Looks like the whole lot's got bent upwards there. And the same on that one. Yeah, it looks like both of these sets of vanes have been shoved upwards. Yeah, it looks like the whole lot's been moved upwards. Right, let me just see if I can just give them a little tweak. The top one's still shorting out, I'm sure. Yeah, that doesn't seem to have made a blind bit of difference, that. I've got to clean this side out as well, so let's just do that again a minute. Hi Philippe, how are you? Hi Theo, how you doing? Hilali, how are you? Chris is in as well. Hi Chris. Not the capacitor at the other end, the tuning spindle. I'm not with you. There's a nut and a castle washer on the bottom. If they're not done up, the capstan spins and binds. You mean over here, Andrew? Where are we? This one? That one there? Corona's kept you busy at work, Philippe, is it? Yeah, it does look tight, that one, Andrew. We'll just give it a tweak just in case. Yeah, that's rock solid, Andrew, that one. It's rock solid. But yeah, I can see how that would cause the dial cord to go slack. But yeah, this is definitely binding. I'm just trying to see. I'm going to quickly clean the other side out, but I think this has been bent. Someone's got their fingers in and bent that, I think. So I'm just going in and doing this one as well. The other half of the fixed side. Oh, hang on, that's pretty tight. I don't think we're going to be able to do a lot with this one. I think we're going to have to change this tuning cap. You can spend hours and hours messing with these, tweaking the plates, just trying to get it to stop shorting, but they're a pain in the neck, to be fair. I mean, we can probably prove it with the multimeter. Let's zoom back out a little bit now. If we go on to continuity mode, I'm just going to put it in buzzer mode so you don't really need to see it, but there should be no connection between this and any of these plates. So if we turn it so it's fully meshed, virtually, yeah. So you come up to there, look. Let's just take it back a fraction. Fraction more. So yeah, they are shorting. They are shorting out, unfortunately. So actually, what have we got in there? Is that something broken? I can see something down in there poking up. Just get my my goggles on. Pull it out and rebuild it. I'll pull it out, send it to you to rebuild, George. Is that something broken in there, or is that supposed to be there? What is that? It's like a lump of metal sticking up inside the tuning can. I don't know whether that's supposed to be there or not. Excuse me, I'm just getting my head in here. Is that attached? I think that is attached. So this whole lot's been pushed upwards. Just wondering if I do loosen this slightly, whether I can just pull that back down a fraction. This is last resort really, and I certainly wouldn't recommend loosening this nut, but it's quite a way out, so I'm going to try it. Right, let me think which way I've got to do it. Let's find a screwdriver that fits exactly. Right, let's see if that's made any difference. Last resort that is, but is worth a try. So let's try that again. Let's just get my probe in there. Make sure we are. Yeah, okay. So far so good. You can't see now because I got that in the way. Let's mesh it back further. Ooh. Unless that's gone off, I think we've cracked it. He's done it. I've done it. Oh my God. He's already done it. Whew. When they assemble them, they use a comb-like jig. Women built those up in the old days, really. I've loosened it, Nick. By the way, I have got I'm going up to see Nick hopefully on Thursday. Now I say hopefully because the brakes have packed up on my car. So I've got to take it to the garage tomorrow and he's going to try and get it done for me before Thursday. So touch and go, Nick, but hopefully if they can work their magic, it's going to cost a bloody fortune, to be honest, because I've got to have I've got to have new discs all round and all new pads, so that's going to cost an absolute arm and a leg. There's a slight lacking on the bench here of alcohol, so let me just get some beer underway. Let's get some beer underway. So there we go. I've tweaked the back nut on that, and I've just managed to pull it a fraction. It's really scary. I've done it before on a Hacker Hunter, and it was impossible. It just didn't do it at all. I had to change it in the end. Sometimes you're lucky, and I think I've been lucky with that. I hope. So we've got the Badger going in. Beryl and her gang. All right, catch you later, Philippe. Thanks, Mike. Another tuning cap saved from landfill. Yes, it really is an absolute last resort to touch that, and I wouldn't recommend anyone doing that unless it's a case of make or break. I mean, it's such a fine adjustment. You really need the right screwdriver, and I could have done with a proper spanner, but the problem is I don't have a lot of spanners here. I should keep some spanners up here, but I don't. I've just got this little adjustable one, and that's sort of like a fix-it-all job. So I think we've killed two birds already. We've got the it does sort of bind up here for some reason. You can feel it getting tight as it comes up this way. Whether that's just because the lubrication on it. Yeah, it's getting easier now. I think it's where the grease has gone stiff in this one. There we go, 2 jobs done. Next up is this this volume on-off pot. So let's just get this back to some sort of normality before it breaks everywhere. Let's get all my nuts and bolts back out. We'll screw this we'll screw this. What am I trying to say here? What are you trying to say, Graham? We'll screw this support for the ferrite rod back in place. Hey, Sean, there he is. You're just back. You're just back, Sean. I did see your pictures. I wonder where you've gone to, mate. But welcome back, Sean. Why do you need brakes? If I touch the brakes, George, they really are grinding bad. So, unfortunately, it's going to be expensive. Always is, isn't it? As you know so well, George, you had a bit of a disaster recently with cars, but you have come out trumps on that, really, George. A nice motor there now. Yes, we're playing with a Hacker Herald RP30, Sean. Right, what can we put in there foam-wise that's going to be really thin? I mean, it's only to stop it rattling, I suppose, isn't it? What about a bit of felt? Let me just see if I've got a bit of felt. A fit a belt, a bit of felt, a minute. No, they're going to be too big. Let's just get a bit of so I've got some black and white felt here, which I bought to do the replacement felt tops for the felt washers. So if I just cut a little piece of that just to sit in there, I take it's only just to stop it vibrating. I don't know. I don't want to make it too tight that it won't go in there. That's the trouble. Let's see if that'll go in there. I think that might do it, actually. Just pop this nut off. Yeah, because it doesn't clip into there, it only rests in there. So I just slide that little bit of felt in there. That should do the job. And it won't perish like foam does and fall into the tuning cap. Although I can see I've already got some debris in the tuning cap as it is. Let's move the air duster. Then we've got to get this scary thing back over the top. The Ferrite breaker. Oh God, that's stiff as hell. Got it. Whew. That ain't going anywhere. George didn't need new brakes, Sean, he needed a new car. I'm just comparing it as we're all having automobile troubles. And the drink of choice there today is the Cranbourne Poacher. Really love this beer. 5.7, so it's strongish, but not mentally strong. Not as strong as some of the beers I have, but it says rich and fruity, and it really has got like a fruity taste to it. I don't know what they put into it. It says a bold, fruity ruby ale. Crystal and chocolate malts provide full-bodied taste with sweet, complex flavours of damson and licorice. Well, it certainly tastes like it's got a bit of plum or something in it. I don't know. I mean, got to be one of my favourite beers, and I tend to like the stronger ones, but so cheers everybody. Cranbourne Poacher. So we're getting there. I probably should have left that out really, because that would have made it easier to get at this pot. I'm going to put the blimmin' thing back in now. I don't want to take it in and out too many times, because this is really under tension, this band. So we've got this hideous switch. Look at that beast. Cheers, Mike. Yeah, so fingers crossed, Nick, that they can get my brakes done. Fingers crossed. Right, onwards. Let's get this thing out. Incidentally, this set of screwdrivers that I bought out of the Super Chat money is absolutely brilliant. So thanks to all of you that donated Super Chats back then. So we need to get this nut off. So let me go and get my long reach sockets a minute. Oh, I've got the wrong button, am I, for picture in picture? I need a picture in picture 1 and a picture in picture 3 button. Check my microphone power. Yeah, it's still good. Shut up, you silly dogs. Barking at nothing again. God, so easily spooked, them dogs. Right. There's me sockets, here we go. here anyway. No surprise that I need brakes. What are you saying? Hi there, Michael. Michael Stevens, that is. How are you? Bus driver. Right, so let's see which size it is. It's not that one. It's... what size is that? It's going to be Imperial, isn't it? It's going to be Imperial. There won't be nothing that fits it, I don't expect. Oh, looks like I've already got it undone. What size is that then? Certainly, well, it just about fits in a 14mm. Look. So it looks like 14mm is what we need. Well, the new one's going to probably have different size back nut, which it has. Say these I got from CPC, I think, or Farnell, one of the two. Might have been RS, but might be RS actually. I'm not 100% sure. But 47K log pot with double pole switch on it. So, where are we? Number 3, picture in picture, there we are. 0BA, Andrew, is it? Yeah, I did see the fires, Keith. Hopefully you're keeping safe from that, mate. Right, so we've got lots of wires attached to this. We've got the audio coming out and down to the amplifier, which is the blue wire on the wiper. We've got an orange on the input, and then we've got the grounds coming out here. Let's get a bit of soldering going on then. Good stuff, yeah. It's the last thing we need after all this blimmin' coronavirus thing, and having fires on top. And I heard on the news the other day that we're just coming into the flu season. That it's never ending, isn't it? And I mean, I get the flu every year, guaranteed. But whether I'll escape it this year because of all the masks and everything, I don't know. I normally tend to pick it up from darts. The guys are all diseased and they give me all their germs. Nice of a minute, eh? That's a nice pint, that. Right, okay. Oh, I've got a little miniature soldering iron tip on. The reason for that is because Mrs. Cruncher keeps breaking her jewellery. So I had to have the microscope out to solder a couple minute links back in her chain yesterday, because she was off out for the night last night with an old mate. So that's why I've got a miniature tip on. I use silver solder because it doesn't tarnish as much. Okay, let's just lift this off if I can. Right, now what have they wrapped this? Well, they just rested it in there. Ah, they've just rested it, that's okay. Now we're getting looser, but we've got to take the orange wire off. Just got a resistor in line by the looks of it. So that's going to be the input. Smelly wires. Okay, she's out. So yeah, we are only using 2 of the terminals, look. They've soldered this switch across them. So we've got 2 wires in the, is that the input or the output? Where are we? No. So that's the input from the batteries, and that's the output to the amplifier. So let's get these, I'm just going to cut these off now. So there's the Spitfire dash switch. Gone. Bye bye. Bye bye. Cut that off. Of course, the switch isn't latching, so we could look at repairing this switch, I suppose, couldn't we? What should we do? Should we try and repair it? I think we'll just change it. We'll whip it open and have a look. I think that's the easiest way, isn't it? Let's just ease them up, the tabs. Everything's still, yeah, you can still see what I'm doing. What a botch. Yeah, it is a bit, isn't it? Look at it, look. It's massive. That was drilled through the side mic. I don't know if you joined us earlier, but sadly what someone's done is they've, instead of replacing the pot, they decided they would drill a whacking great hole in the case and stick this massive great switch through, rather than spend the money and just change a bloody pot, which would have cost them about 8 quid. So what an idiot, but there you go. There's no queer as folk, as they say. Well, I don't say that down here. They say, get off my land. Get off my land, you buggers. Ah, right, okay, yeah. It's all come apart in here. It looks like we've got a broken spring. There's a bits of a spring in there as well. So we can get you in a bit closer. So it's a bit of a spring. What's left of it floating in there, and it looks like it's broken off of this bit somehow. So, broken spring. Yeah. It looks like it did sit up in that hole there. You can't see that, can you? It's not going to focus, is it? Focus, you little swine. There we are. So yeah, it looks like it did sit up in this hole here. But it's the other half of it's broken off here. Ah well. No good. Right. New pot. There's our new pot. 47. 47B. Or 47K. Hang on. 4K7. Oh, no. I nearly put the wrong pot in, look. Where's the goat? Where's the goat? Come here. Yeah, I should say so. Fancy that. What's the matter with you, man? I double checked that as well. I looked twice. Yeah, easy mistake though, isn't it? They're identical. Apart from one says 47 KB and one says 4K7B, look. See, we want the 47. Oh, that was close. That was a close call. I have got some other ones there, look, but they've got a round shaft. CPC, so they will fit as well. But some you've got to basically grind a flat on it. These have got the flat. You just got to cut the top to the right size. Okay. Yeah, I've actually got two there. One has got the 4K7s and one's got the 47s. So we've now got the 47. So the difference being is the way the flat is. So this one is at an angle. I don't know if you can see this. This one is at an angle, and this one's dead flat. So this one, basically you need to rotate the body and drill another hole in the base. Calm down, have another poacher. Thanks, Mike. Good advice. Calm down, calm down. So let's zoom back out again. So there we are. Easy mistake to make, but you know, I've made it in public, so you don't have to. That's my excuse. So let's just pop this pot in there. Let's take the nut and washer off first, Graham, shall we? And get a feel as to where we want the hole drilled, because we're going to need to drill a little hole in the chassis to move this into the right position. Of course, the other way you can do it is you can mess about and take the top off of the off of, what am I trying to say here? You take the top off of the knob, so it needs to go around about there. Just to give it that little offset. So let me just get something to mark that with a minute. Let's get my rusty old pencil. Get the old flaky paint pencil. I can't remember who was gave me a super chat last week to buy a new pencil with paint on it. So it doesn't need to go a lot really, but it does need to go a little bit. So I've just marked that in underneath. So it's difficult to drill it from this side, but I think I will, just so as I get it in the right place. So I'm going to go get a center punch and my drill in a minute. Well, I've got the drill here actually, so it's not that difficult to get. I think it may reduce the volume with the wrong pot as it would load down the audio. Yeah, you're right. So it would... Basically, the pot starts with the highest resistance first to give you the lowest volume. So if you imagine, if you've got 50k of resistance, you're going to be attenuating the volume to next to nothing. Whereas if you've got 4.7k, it's going to come on blimmin' loud to start with. So that's the difference. Right. Let's go and get my my center punch a minute. I've nearly finished that Marconi phone, little valve portable of Tony's, but it's playing up. It's working, but it's very insensitive, and there's not a lot of volume on it. Right, it's just is that bit right, or a little bit higher, there. Come on. There we are. That should do it. Right, automatic center punch. Not the best one on the planet, but does the job. So say I've not replaced the AF117s in here, I've just zapped it. Let's see what size drill bit I need then to get that through. That'll do it, which is 3.5 mil. Right, let's see if I can drill it through from this side without drilling through all the wires. That looks a bit big, but there you go. Let's have a look. Let's get my little file. Give that a bit of a file off. Take the burrs off. Let's see, how we go. Hopefully I've drilled that the right way. You just need to get the round file and just ease it a little bit. As I say, it seems a bit drastic doing this, doesn't it? But it's not too disastrous. Alright, I'm knocking the case over now. Just get me little rat's tail file. If I can find it. Where's that gone to? There we are. Just need to ease the hole in a fraction. Fourth cup of coffee. Go easy, ninja. Right, so I'm just using the very fine file to just ease that back off a bit. Don't need that anymore. Just needs to come in on the two corners there. There she goes. She's in. Right. Now, can I get to the wiring? No, so I'm going to need to put the going to need to wire this in first, then before I screw the top in. I can do the mains, or the mains cabling. It's not mains. Wonder how our Jess is from Helland down in Cornwall. I bet he might be watching. He likes a bit of goat action, our Jess. Right, let's just get these wires soldered back up in then. So it should go through the hole. Oh, great. So, okay, so that wasn't actually a wire, that was just a bit of solder. Which has now filled the hole up. Okay. Legless. Wired and wide-eyed. I'm sure there's a song about that, Mike. So what do you think, Mike, of the lovely case alteration they did to fit that that toggle switch? What a botch up that is. Sort of ruined a lovely radio, really. Well, it hasn't ruined it, but it's certainly not enhanced it, has it? Right, that's that. So we got a bit of earth, so it's just negative, earth, negative, same thing, I suppose. It's a nice bit of braid on this, so I like to try and keep the braid if I can. So I took pity on this radio when I seen it, and I bought it with a job lot of the Heralds that George sent me up. Solder the next one in. Can you see what I'm doing there? You can, roughly. It's not the greatest camera angle for you, is it, really? But I'm sure you get the gist. I'll zoom it in a minute. In a second. Just get this bit done. That's the wiper. You just need to get the braid in. A bit of flux on that because that's really old braid. Need a bit of help. Let's see if I can zoom you in a little bit. So there's me switch with my 3 wires on it. So I should be able to stretch it round. Come on, where are you? Can't find the hole. There we are. No comments, please. Just pop the washer and nut on. Where am I? I bet that's a different size. Yeah. $13mm. Yeah. There she is. Ooh. I'm in too close now, aren't I? But there it is, and you can see, hopefully you can see if I move it. So I've drilled another hole, and it's only probably about 3mm difference, just to give it that, I don't know if you can see the flat there. So it's now sitting at that angle rather than round there. So we're starting at the sort of 7 o'clock mark. And we've got an on-off switch. Excellent. Right. Now for the power wiring then. So, what have we done with all the wires? What have we done with the wires, Graham? There's that one there, which is the input. I believe that's the one from the battery terminal. Let's have a bit of a clear up here because it's a hell of a mess once again. Nothing new there. We're done with my drill bit then. There we are. Let's get rid of my drill bits. Is Aston in the house? Hi Aston, how are you? Just in from work. You're working on a Sunday, Aston. I suppose I'm working on a Sunday, aren't I? Although this is my radio at the moment, it might not be at some stage. You never know. You never know what's going to happen with this radio. I've got plans, people. I've got a plan. I've got a cunning plan, as Baldrick used to say. So let's just have a look. Is this a power wire? Yeah. So that's the input. And do they go that way? Or do they go that way? Yes, they do. So should we use that top one for ease of wiring? So let's have a look. Put our input there and our output on that one. You can gang them together really, and I've seen that done. People just put a wire in between, then you can use either terminal. But we're just going to use one terminal. Giveaway. Yorkshire tea for you. Cranbourne Poacher's my Yorkshire tea, I think, Mike, today. So, Yes, I am thinking about giving a hacker away, because if you look at my subscriptions, I'm up to 2,700 and something. So for my 3,000th subscription, I thought I might give one of these bigger hackers away. We've done giveaways of stuff before, but nothing of this sort of proportions. So I thought we might give away one of these hackers. What do you think? For my 3,000th subscription celebrations. So if you're not a subscriber, get subscribing. Get me up to 3,000 and we might give this radio away. You never know. Certainly it's had everything done to it, hasn't it? So it'd be a cracking prize for someone to win. Okay, 2 more wires and we are good to go. It's not going to be a mentally long stream today, people. Mrs. Cruncher's been away for the night, so she's only didn't get back in till 1 o'clock, so we've not really had any catch-up time. So saying that, I don't know how long have we been on. Half 1, 2. Yeah, a little while. Doing well, doing good. Come on, undo. So yeah, I thought it might be nice to give away one of the bigger hackers, which obviously has not been donated. I've paid for this out of my own pocket. Plus all the repairs and parts that have been done on it. So it's pretty much had the works. It's going to need an alignment next. That'll be another episode in the ongoing saga. Right, let's just pop some solder on that. Hi Stephen, how are you? Would be a great prize, it would. I say it's going to get the works. We're going to give it a real good clean up. We're going to repaint the badge. Get a grommet made up for that that hole in the side. Come on, there we go. Right, I've just got to wire the earth back on if it will reach. It's a bit of a stretch because we've gone over that side a bit now. Can we make it? Look at my stomach. Yeah, you should reach across there, yep. Let's just get some braid and get rid of that old solder. Didn't actually go through anything there, it was just soldered to it, so let's just tin it again. Some fresh solder on there. So we should be good to go. Obviously we can't leave, let's zoom out a bit. can't leave the spindle sticking out like that. So we're going to have to cut that off to match that one. So we'll need to mark that up. We'll do that. We'll cut that off now. I normally use a junior hacksaw for this, but because I've got a razor saw, I'm going to use a razor saw now. Let's get my calipers. Let's find the front panel. Zoom out a bit further still. Well, that's obviously got your interest giving this away. As I say, it's a cracking radio. To be honest, I've been after one of these for a long time. And now I'm on about giving it away. I don't know that I want to give it away, to be honest, but I've said it now, haven't I? So, right, let's measure the top of the other spindle, because these are both the same. I'm just going to use the digital caliper. Is it a caliper? I do need a new battery in this, actually. So that is, if it'll let me measure it. .62. So just tighten that up. Just measure it off against here. You can't really see what I'm doing. I'm just measuring it up on the top here. So I'm going to use a very fine Sharpie. There we go. Yeah, I've been after a red RP30 for quite some time. And they don't come up very often. And if they do, they either haven't got the knobs on, they're beaten up. This one's a bit beaten up, admittedly, but pretty good. It's going to be pretty good by the time I've finished. Hi Derek, how are you? Right, let's lock this off. Let me go and get my razor saw a minute. I keep pushing the wrong button. I've got to get another button. I need to program another button. I need to program another button for the different overlays. Of course, it's lovely out there. Surprised Mrs. Cruncher's not sat out there, actually. She's probably having a kip after her partying last night. Razor saw. Let's use the very fine one, shall we? No, we use a slightly coarser one. Like I say, I usually use a junior hacksaw for this, but this is much finer cut. So we get the razor saw in. Razor saw. Razor saw. Yeah, I need a number 3 overlay button. Right. So razor saws cut on the back stroke. So if I've cut this too short, we're in trouble. I'm going to have to put another one in. There we are. Razor. Very neat cut. Much neater than a hacksaw. So the other thing we need to do is just round off the edges. Otherwise the knob won't fit on there very well. You'll notice on all of these knobs the edges are chamfered. Right, let's try a knob on it. Let's get the one with the pointer on. Let's get the front panel back on so as we can make sure we put the knob around the right way. So that should go. There we are. So our off positions there, let's just tighten that back nut up for a second, just to give it a proper test. There you are. So our off position now is here, and it ends there. So exactly as it should be. So say if I'd not drilled that extra hole, the off would have been down here, which doesn't look right. It needs to be offset like that. There you go. Job done. Hey. Cheers, Derek. Thank you very much. So that's the right height as well. Oh. Next thing we've got to do is test our on-off switch, isn't it? So let's have a clear up of my horrendous bench a minute. There we go. Let's go up here for a minute. Thank you very much, Derek. That's for the hacker. So as I say, if you're not subscribed, then please subscribe, because as I say, if I can get to 3,000 subs, which I'm hoping to do this side of Christmas, then we can give it away, and then we can give away other stuff at Christmas, because Christmas ain't far away. I know I've said the C word again. George is going to be on my case. I've said the C word. I've said the C word. But it ain't that far off. So let's get up to 3,000 subs by Christmas, and then we'll give this away on the lead up to Christmas. And then usually people are very kind to donate things that we can fix up and give away over the Christmas period. I haven't worked out exactly what I'm going to be doing yet, So I'm still open to suggestion. If you want the same sort of thing as last year, sort of a stream a day type thing, then maybe we can do that. That seemed to be very popular last year, although I wasn't very well, was I? Fingers crossed that I'll be a lot better this year, because God, didn't I have a bad cough? That was horrible. Can't have been very nice for you guys viewing it either, with me coughing down the microphone every 5 seconds. I did try and keep turning the microphone off, but still annoying. How did all those fit in there before then? Must be a secret way of getting these things in here. YouTube wall plate, I can't see that, Rob. I think Dom has just said I need to get to 100,000 to get a wall plate. I don't think we're going to achieve that before Christmas. It'd be flipping nice, wouldn't it? I need a video that goes viral, and then, you know, we could get there. You just never know, do you, in this day and age, what switches people on, really, what they want to see. Obviously, they don't want to see people fixing radios, but, you know, you guys do. So that's all that matters, isn't it? My merry band of followers. Okay, right. We're getting there. We're getting there. As I used to say for British Rail, we're getting there. Let's pop these back on for a minute just to hold it in place. Stop the plate keep dropping off. Yeah, it's very quiet downstairs. I think Mrs. Cruncher might have gone to sleep. She went up to Bridgewater overnight last night with her mate for her birthday, for her mate's birthday. And, I think they went out on the town a little bit. You know how it is. Right. Okay. Let's get the case back with the amplifier and the speaker. Get her plugged in. Because we've got to check the dial cord. We've got to check that our on-off switch now works. And we've got to check that our tuning cap isn't shorting out still. Right. Let's get some leads to hook it up. Certainly come on a journey, this radio, wouldn't it? It started off with me zapping the transistors. What's this? 18 volt in there. 18. Started off with me zapping the transistors, recapping the IF board. Then we had bad distortion in the amplifier, so that was next on the cards, which George did on his amazing unannounced visit. Did catch me very much unawares. Not very often I'm lost for words, but that did do it for me. Much to George's amusement. Right, let's just pop this volume pop back on again. volume pot, volume knob even. Let's stick the tuning one on as well. Electrocution to go viral, George, is that it, is it? It always comes down to fire or electrocution, George, doesn't it? Always fire or electrocution. Oh dear. Right. So I want to pop the tuning knob on so we can get a feel for whether it's... Yeah, it appears to be good. Right, okay. So I'm going to put the dial right over to this side. Are we ready then? Fire in the hole. Certainly there's no volume at the moment. We've no longer got our lovely switch in line. What a shame to lose that one, eh? What a shame to lose that lovely switch. Straight out the cockpit of the Concorde, that was. That comes free with the set. You have half a bag of wine gums you can donate. That's ideal, Theo. Are they part chewed though? Stephen saying he loves the old dials with the station names. Yeah, we'll zoom in on that in a minute. Have a look at that. It's a beauty, isn't he? Thanks, Mike. Let's see if it works then. Here we go. It doesn't. It's because that's not on a band.
First going to take an we've got the team very shortly from Tottenham. Bear with us for that because West Brom are on the move down the...
This one's pretty good because some of these pots, if you turn them down to minimum, you still get volume, but this one, very good.
Turns and plays it all the way back. Robson Carnu bearing down on Schmeichel, who did have time though to play it away to his left.
Black music and black dance was in France, and there wasn't a discrimination.
Oh, we still got a bit of crackle there. Still need a bit of work on the old tuning gang. Let me just get a... That's a shame. That's unusual because it wasn't shorting, was it? Doesn't look shorted. Still short in that tuning cap, so it looks like we're going to need to possibly... Oh! I think it's just worn, you know. So I'm just looking, the whole shaft is moving here, but this end piece isn't. So, well, I haven't hammered that right up tight, so I might still be able to. So we've still got an issue with the tuning cap. Oh well.
With running out, and they've created nothing. And actually, in the first half, West Brom.
He has 9 children in the West Midlands, and inspired by his father's allotment, he strives to one day own a phenomenally successful farm in Devon and a quite internationally famous sausage brand. You may have seen it if you've been out and about shopping. Also shattered forever almost when he faced a potential death sentence.
I'm just messing with the veins now to see if it's
stronger and more grateful for life than ever. That's just a story. So much more to tell you. Next, join me on the soundtrack next week.
Caroline Cook.
BBC Radio.
right. I think the actual shaft of the tuning gang is worn because it literally is. It literally is moving up and down or from side to side. I'm going to work on that more at some stage and see if I can get that a bit better. Weekly poo. A nice weekly poo. Oh, George! Sorry, mate, I didn't see the poo drop in. Just catching up with the chat.
You're worried about the odd boundaries, just knowing that it's a pitch that's very difficult.
See, radio 4 is right there. We need radio 4. I wonder if I've loosened that bottom one off too much. Let's just mess with that a minute. Shush. Excuse me. think he's beyond adjustment. I think it's just literally the spindle is worn.
Projected score, the current 190. 6 per over, they'll be doing something.
It feels like it's just a fraction, but it's really, yeah, even with it done up, it's still moving. It's strange, isn't it? Because when I did it with the multimeter, it was fine. Yeah, the whole thing is moving. I think we've got wear in the top bearings, which is a bit of a shame, but end of the day, it's nothing worse than a shorting out tuning cap. Ah well. No, he is worn. I don't think there's nothing I'm going to be able to do about that. He is worn. You have wear in your top bearings as well, do you? Ah, well. It's the tuning cap is the only thing, Chris. I've done the volume pot. That's all sorted. Working a treat.
For obvious reasons, trading instrument limited. That's what we face.
That's working great. Everything's done. The dial cord's fine. It's just this tuning cap. I'm just gonna nip and see if I can see if I've got an RP18 just to have a look at the tuning cap to see if it's the same. In fact, I've got a Herald. I've got another Herald down there. Let's just have a quick look at that one, because that's obviously just dual band, and this one is apart. Let's see if it's the same tuning cap. Okay, so no, it's not the same as the later RP35 Herald. That's no good. It's too small. Let me go and get an RP18, because I have got a spare chassis RP18. Mind you, there's nothing to say that the tuning cap would be any good in that. I did chuck a load of radios up in the loft. Is that an RP18? Okay, well, an RP18 does look very, very similar. But I wonder if the capacitance is the same in it, though. Yes, I wonder if it's the same. It looks identical. Okay, so it's got the same cog system on it. It's got a different spindle for that, I think. I think that's the same. So let me count the vanes on it then. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing because I've got it down on my lap here. 1, 2, 10 on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10 on the top. And how many on the bottom? Is it the same? 1, 2, 3, 10 on the bottom. Yes, same number of vanes. I reckon we might have a donor. Believe it or not. Look at that. This was... Oh my god. So this is definitely a donor set. It's got 2 holes drilled in this one. God only, obviously they've got the same problem with the on-off switch is broken. Oh, actually no, they're switching the speaker out with that for some reason. And that's connected up to the phone socket. I don't know what they're up to there. But yeah, this is a donor set, so I can whip the tuning cap out of that one. Yeah. Assuming that that one's okay. But who knows? Hi Andy, how are you? Check the part numbers in the manuals to see if the caps are the same. Yeah, good call, Doug. Right, bear with me a minute. I'm just going to have a quick comfort break. I'll be back shortly. And, I'll leave you to look at the dial plate on this one. If I can prop it up for you. That's better. Right, what's the verdict then? Hi Vernon. Just catching up on the chat. The lab shot. Yeah, I'm good, Andy, thanks. Yeah, good old hacker stuff. Tropper might be good. Comfort break donation. Thanks, Mike. Comfort break donation. What do you think? Then? Should we get what we do on time? 4 o'clock. Shall we get the tuning cap out? Ugh. What else have we got to do on this? I don't think there's a lot more apart from the cosmetic stuff now, really, is there? So the only thing that's holding us up is this tuning cap. So shall we relieve it? No part numbers and no values. I mean, as I say, they look identical. We don't mean to say they are. You don't mean to say they are, does it? Wee Willy Winkle. A tinkle. A little tinkle. Right. Let's have a think about this then. Are we going to do this now? I did say I was going to hope to get all the mechanics done today, didn't I? I think Mrs. Cruncher is asleep downstairs, so that might give us a little bit more working time, so to speak. Not that she'd mind, to be fair. She's good as gold on Mrs. Cruncher. Let's zoom out a little bit because I'm in a bit close, aren't I? Get some ferrite rod for your old AR88. What length do you need, Vernon? Length, you're going to need the length and the diameter of it. And there's no saying it's the same grade of ferrite either. AR88. Oh, Christ. They're on to me, quick. I don't hear police sirens out here very often, or ambulance, or whatever it was. Let's get that safely out of the way. And very nice dial face it is too. What are we going to do here? This is going to be a major job, this is. Or is it? So I'm going to look at what's involved in taking this out. So it's bolted to one mount there. One mount there, so that'll come off. Dial cord's got to come off, unfortunately. Two padding capacitors, but they will unscrew. Let's have him off. Let's have him off, shall we? Visit the next live stream in a mankini. Jesus Christ, let me know that for that one, George. I'll make sure I'm definitely out. I mean, I just, I've got that picture in my head now, George, and it's not nice. It's not a good picture. Okay, right, so this is going to be major works, isn't it, to get this out? What a pain. So, what are we going to do here? I don't really want to restring it because this dial cord is actually really good. So I think what I might do is I'm going to loosen this one. Just slacken the dial cord off a bit. So I'm fully meshed. Now let me think about this. These are a pain because you can't undo these really. So do I should be able to just tape all that into position, to be honest. So let me get some black tape if it's not already here. I'm not really very tidy here today. Yeah, here we go. I've got some black tape. We have the black tape. Just cut some bits of this up and just try and stop it jumping off of the spindles. I've loosened it right off now by slackening that. Let's get these out of the way before I damage them. I should stop it jumping off the main pulley. That's easy enough. Let's do a little tiny bit on that other spindle there. I should stop that jumping off, right. So we've got to undo those two screws, but is that nuts or is that screwed on there? I don't know that we'll have to do that, but we will have to take that one off. That's bigger than my biggest nut driver, isn't it? Yep. No, typical, I haven't got one that'll fit that. So we're back to our lovely spanner. See if it'll come off. Whether that is a nut or whether it's a captive nut. I think that's a captive nut. Right, well, I'm going for it. I'm taking it apart. It's coming apart. Hi, Ron, how are you? Sorry, but as American, someday I want to buy one and kind of lead towards Robertson. Hacker is definitely better, Ron. It's better build quality, easier to service. And a better sound as well, pretty much. Right, so that's that one undone. That's that. So we're going to have to unsolder some wiring. Unsolder a fair bit of wiring. So we've got... Let's alter this camera angle a little bit and get you in a bit closer into the disaster central. Yeah, Roberts are okay. To be fair, Ron, Roberts are good. It's certainly going to be cheaper for you to collect Roberts. Because Hacker do tend to be quite a bit more expensive. Let's get another beer. Now this is Sainsbury's Taste the Difference, look. London Porter. Now, I do like a drop of porter. I like dark ales, and porter is one of the darkest. 5%, and it's Taste the Difference, Sainsbury's own brand. Good stuff. Let's get it in, because I'm going to need sustenance to take this thing out. That's for sure. Plead insanity if caught. Georgia lost it big time. No worries. Yeah, the R707 is a good set, definitely, Mike, but the problem is, what a nightmare to work on. And you will have to work on it. You will have to work on it if you've got an R707. Unless you buy one of the last ones that came off the production line, because they have got a little bit more reliable transistors in them. Smoky. Very nice. Right, we're going to need some serious heat to get that one off. Let's bang this up to 390. See if we can get this this wire. It's actually soldered. I might even need something stronger than that, or do I take it off of here? Let's see if the RP18 has got the same. Yes, it has. I'll leave that wire on and I'll take it off the tab, which is on that one. And that's dropped off already, that. So yeah, let's just take it off of here. Forceps. Come on. Thank you. Okay, let's have a look at the connections on this one for the other side of the cap. We've got a paddle cap there. Blue and green. Yeah, exactly the same. Green on the top, blue on the bottom. Blue goes to that one. Green goes to that one, which also goes off to another one. Okay. So even the wiring is the same for both. So I think what I'll do is I'll try and take that off. Easier said than done, that was. Right, that's that side done, that's undone. That bracket's off there. So all this gubbins here to take off. Let's just unscrew these for now without taking that ferrite out again. I don't want to keep taking that on and off really. Coming apart. It's coming apart, people. Hey, Sean. Cheers, mate. Thanks very much, Sean. Need to catch up with you later on, mate, and find out how you got on with all this camping business. Good fun. Good fun, a bit of camping. Just enjoy a bit of camping. Okay, we're getting there. Slowly, slowly. Slowly, slowly catching monkey, I believe is the saying. What have we got here? We've got loads of capacitors in the way. See, what I haven't done, and I should have done, is checked that the other cap is okay first, shouldn't I, really? I'm sort of putting all my eggs in one basket, so to speak, here. Okay, so that's the last screw holding the tuning cap in. So I'm now going to... what am I going to do? I've got to unscrew these next. Now that one is a bit awkward because I've got it facing the wrong way. Okay, that's good to go. She's coming out. Last screw then. God knows how this is going to go back together. I've still got one wire attached there. God. Always one, isn't there? He's out. You can actually hear the plates rubbing together. Oh well. It was worth a try, but sadly it was a fail. Pardon me. Right. Need to be careful now because everything's flapping about in the wind. There's our spring. Lose that. Right, transplant donor. Let's get the donor up on the bench. I keep trying to knock those screwdrivers off for some reason. It's a very messy bench today. You can't see that, but it really is. Send it off to George for a rebuild. Yeah. You off, Ron, are you? Cheers, mate. Right, let's rip the guts out of this one then. Shame, because this one is restorable as well, but you can only do one restore at a time. So I tend to move parts from one radio to another radio to another radio. Eventually I'm going to run out of parts. RP18, by the way, which is the one I'm pinching the parts out of, is an amazing radio. One of the best hackers in my opinion. Yeah, this one's got the old toggle switch treatment on it. So we'll try and keep the parts together for this radio. Looks like this one's been out the case already. Yeah, I mean, someone's obviously done some sort of mains conversion on this thing. It is a great set, Mike. It is a shame to rip bits out of it, but as I say, it's just one of those things. At some stage, this will get restored, and I'll need to nick a tuning cap out of another one. So I've got to be careful that I don't damage it. You can see this one's had a new volume pot as well. It's totally in the wrong position. I don't know what they've done there, but that's really totally in the wrong position for off. It should be. Cool, bloody hell, that's not good. This is absolutely brimming full of AF114 and 117 loveliness. But yeah, really, Ron, if you want a hacker to play with, well, Ron's gone now, isn't he? But you won't go far wrong with a... What on earth have they done there? You won't go far wrong with a Sovereign 2, to be honest. I don't know what's going on with this. Let's cut this rubbish out of here. Snippety snip snip. We've got extra wires soldered onto the speaker terminals and all sorts here. See all this lot in here, lad. Oh my god, what were they thinking? The old case hold, the phantom case hole driller has been at that one. Right. Number 2. Tuning cap number 2. Let's get this one apart very carefully. Actually, let's take this top panel off first. Same trick with the trim on top, screwdriver to gently coax them off. Oh, look at my stomach. Oh, sounds like a cupboard door opening. A creaky door opening. Right, okay, that one's stuck solid there. I don't really want to damage the top panel. So we need to squirt a bit of something underneath that. Where's me goo gone? Where's me goo gone? That's me go-to thing for removing faceplates. Goo gone. Goo gone. Surface safe. That's another Spitfire without a switch. I've got all of the switches in all these radios. That one could be off the dash of an MG midget, though. So I'm just letting this drip down through. There we are, that's one side. And the other side. This does release it. I've tried this with isopropyl before, and the problem is it can damage the paint finish, isopropyl. Right, okay, let's leave that for a minute to just cook. And put the lid on, because it's not a very stable bottom on that. An unstable bottom, people. Yeah, Andrew's currently working on an RP18, so they are great sets. I'm just leaving that to settle for a minute. Let's go that one. Just leaving that to settle. Let's catch up with a chat. What's George being naughty about now? Lend me a mallet. I mean, I will have a play about with that tuning cap now it's all out. But I'm pretty sure that there's wear in the spindle on it. It's just moving about way too much, really. You only need a fraction of movement in one. I mean, look, it really is. Yeah, it's had it, that one. I thought maybe it was just a bit of adjustment on the end, but you can only adjust. You can, if you loosen it, that's the problem. I've loosened it, and it's just made it really wobbly now. If I tighten it up, it's short, so. Can you hear my stomach? I've had my dinner as well. Tony! Cheers, Tony. Was that for stomach relief? Just caught up from beginning at double speed. Yeah, well, certainly I'm just soaking the dial plate at the moment to see if I can get it off without damaging the paint, but it feels that's moving a little bit on that side. It's coming. She's coming. Patience. Yeah, so well, all we've done so far really, Aston, is we tried tweaking the tuning capacitor, which didn't work. It did work in theory until I put it all back together, then it decided it wasn't going to work because it was shorting, and then I tweaked the end float on it, and then all of a sudden it stopped stopped shorting, and we put it back together, and now it's shorting still, so it's worn, that's all. New volume on-off pot, and just lubricated the path of the what am I trying to say here? Path of the dial cord, because it was binding up. Right, let's have a look, shall we? Well, let's take the top panel off. It should be. Let's loose on this end. Loose there. It's just stuck along this edge still. So let's put a bit more goo on. Andy Fairweather, low, wide-eyed. Oh, Andy Fairweather low, wide-eyed and legless. I remember that. I'm not going to sing it because my singing voice is shocking, and there's only one singer here, and that's Harvey, the man from the Boit. We can rebuild him. The Boit. The best Elvis singer on YouTube. That's what they say. That's the word on the street. Harvey, you still with us? So he was going for a kip, I think, wasn't he? Hi Ganesh, how are you? Right. Which side was it stuck? He's releasing it, but not very quick. As I say, I don't want to force it really, because I don't want to damage the dial plate. There's no need to damage it, just for the hell of it. Where's my wet wipes gone? Where's my wet wipes when I need them? There he is! You can't do late nights. I can't either. I was at +1, Harvey, and I thought that was late. George was 6 o'clock or something crazy. Sorry for these night hours, isn't it? Sorry for these night hours. George gets up later and goes bed later. You request that I do a Christmas live stream in Elvis attire. Ha! Oh dear. Elvis attire. I'll have to borrow a suit, Harvey. I need one of Elvis's later suits though, not one of the early days ones. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we've got movement, I think. Yeah, she's coming. She's a coming off. Slowly, slowly, catchy monkey. It's really jammed here, though. Oh no, he's moving. I'm just putting a little bit of pressure on it and letting the Gugon work its magic. Let's drop a bit more down there. Now it's moving, and then it should come off. I guess I could just wrench it off really, but I'd take half the paint off, and then I'd basically have ruined a perfectly good dial plate, which is not good news. It's not how I roll. Yes, I definitely need an Elvis the later years jumpsuit. I don't know. I think I'd be better off in a mankini. No, that's not happening. George is going to... Don't encourage him, Doug. Yeah, I don't want to... it is moving. It's nearly there, Doug. It's literally just another quick soak now, and that'll be it. It'll pop off. But very nearly there. A black wig. I need the sideburns and the glasses, don't I? I need the whole caboose. Have to get the Elvis records out again. Another blocked video. Bad toad. Right, let's have a look then. She's definitely coming. There we go, that's one side gone. Look at that. How about that? Off, still with most of the tape attached to it, so there's no breakout on that whatsoever. It's good stuff, that Google. It does take a little while. It's not as quick as our sort of sticky label removers, but it's much less harmful to anything. I got this stuff all over my hands now, though. One for the money, two for the shit. Oh yeah, good to have you back, Tony, mate. We always miss you when you're gone. It's a sort of little community, isn't it, here? So if anyone's missing or goes AWOL, we're always concerned. Right, there we go. Dial plate is off. Let's zoom out a little bit. It's time to get this tuning cap off now then. Might actually be better to take that out of there. Snip off there. So I'm just going for it now. I'm just ripping and tearing now. Ripping and tearing. Got to be careful because this is the one I want to keep, don't forget. Got some kit builds coming soon as well for those of you that like building stuff. I've got the BFO kit from Manuel. Right, what are you doing here, Graham? Right, that's that side disconnected. Let's get the ferrite out of the way. Let's get the old ferrite out of the way. Get the ferrite out of the way. What I didn't check is if I already had one of these taken out of a radio, because I got a few for Black Wig. I'm all messed up. Oh dear. Cheers, Mike. Thank you very much, mate. Good man. Right. How are we doing now? Oh, hang on, we've got slightly different mounting on this one, haven't we? But that's not a problem. I'm just going to have to take the bracketry off. Oh, why have they done that? Hacker, why would you do that to me? Okay, let's have a look there. Yeah, slightly different bracketry on this one. Luckily, all the holes are in the same position, so I've got a bracket on here. But the trouble is, it's connected up to this Gawler VHF front end. So it looks like I'm going to have to take that off as well. That's a pain. Oh well. Oh well. Got to be done. In for a penny, in for a pound. Just a screwdriver. This is all connected into the dial cord. This dial cord works very differently on this radio than it does on the other one. I'd hate to restring one of these. It goes all over the place. Absolutely all over the place. Right, that goes there, so we need to undo that one. And we can get at that screw. Got it. Right, let's just do that one back up. For now. What a job, isn't it, eh? What a job. I'm doing super. Hi, Robert Desrocher. It's painful, Robert. I know. Got to be done, though, mate. Got to be done. We just want the donor. Donor tuning cap, that's all we want. We just want to rip the guts out of it and get his tuning cap. Poor old girl. Different colour in this one, very pretty. Okay, now the other one we did fully meshed. Doesn't really matter with this one, I don't suppose. Wrong screwdriver, Graham. Let's try the correct one. She's a coming out. Right, it's just been held on with this dial cord now, so it's a different spindle here as well, which is a bit worrying. She's out. There are differences, but I think overall we're good to go. We'll have to change this collet over. Oh, hang on. Hang on. We've got a different size spindle there as well. This could be a problem. Let me think. Is that all part of that? I hope it is. I think it is. So this is the old one. This is the new one. So this has got a different it's got a different spindle. And a different length. Oh my God. I'm going to have to strip the whole thing apart to swap this over. So we've got a different spindle length here and here. So although the actual tuning cap is the same, everything that's connected to it is different. The bracketry looks the same. But we need to pop this spindle out and swap it over. This has got to come off and be swapped. So we carry on. Onwards and upwards. What a nightmare. See, that screw won't even come out with the thing. Oh dear, it looks like a different size screw to the other one. Let's see if I can get them out with the tweezers. How are we doing on the chat? Send them all to George. Just do it. Yeah, George, it's already, why are you saying that? There we go. All right, so we've got to get the split ring out and remove this spindle. So make sure it's fully meshed. Are they both in the same position, fully meshed? Yes, they are. Okay. So let's get my Sharpie pen a minute. Have I still got it here? I'm just going to make some marks here, just for alignment purposes. This one's real greasy here. Ugh. Greasy, greasy. Is that a stereo tuner? We don't know if the donor cap's going to work. I think it is. It certainly feels a lot different. Right, that didn't work particularly well. This one's really greasy on top. I'm going to have to degrease that. Right, so we need that bracket. We need this spindle. So I'm going to try and get that off in one piece. Let's see if I can get it off with a little jeweler's pliers. No. It's going to have to be prized off with a little screwdriver. Or two. So this is the one we want on that one. So we've got a bit of an end float there, so we need to make sure that that's tensioned. I'm sure that was tensioned. Yeah, okay. How about this one? Yeah, that's about the same. Right, okay. So this one's got to come off. Screw those. Move that to one side, we don't want that. That came off a little bit easier. We don't want that. And we don't want this bit. Come on. Oh, would you believe it? There's a bit missing off of that living brass screw there, isn't there? I wonder if we can get it off with just one. Nope. Dear. One of the dogs is dreaming. That wasn't Mrs. Cruncher howling. Do you believe? Oh dear, oh dear. Oops. Order my brake parks with Bretsky and ask George Christophe to fit them. Job done. So we've got one of these that's not it's only got one side of the grub screw, which is a living pain in the ass. It really doesn't want to be done, this, does it? It's greasy as hell. Right, where's the big pliers? Let's see if I can get a grip on the actual grub screw itself. Don't tell me about to drill that out. I've got stuff pinging off now. Simon's cracking off here. What's going on here, Simon? Shut this up a minute. Simon! Right, mute it. There we go. From Bishop. Right, how the hell am I going to get this off, people? I've got a grub screw with only one side of the head on it here. This is an issue. It looks like it's been sealed in with something as well. Could try sticking a soldering iron on it and getting it red hot, I suppose. See if that'll move it or burn me, one of the two. Let's put a bit of solder on there for surface area. 390, so it's pretty hot. I could go a lot hotter, but see if we can burn off this Loctite or whatever it is holding it together. Hello, Hilali. Drill it with the Dremel. I will in a minute, George, if I can't get it off anymore. Off to Italian. Very nice. Very nice, Sean. Cheers for the super chat as well, mate. I'm just going to get it red hot, George, and then I'm going to let's pop it up as high as it'll go. I'm then going to give it another try with the pliers. If that doesn't work, I'm going to have to file it and drill it. Try it quick. Yes! Oh, you beauty! Get off of there, you little monster. Oh, don't touchy, don't touchy. He's hot, don't touchy. Okay, don't tell me I've got to take the whole flipping thing off again. What? There we go. Right. We'd better check, haven't we, that this isn't shorting. We better check this isn't shorting. Oh, let's get my hand stuff here a minute, because I got all this grease and yuck all over my hands here. I'm getting it over everything I touch. Certainly fighting all the way. Sean! What we got? What's going on here? Tony! Brilliant! Sean, thanks very much, mate. Thanks, Tony. No idea is an option, methinks. So a bit of heat worked on that. I think it was just they'd used some thread lock or something on it, and that was stopping it. Whenever you want a big Ziploc bag, you can't find one, and whenever you want a small Ziploc bag, all you can find is big ones. I don't know why that happens. Right, that's better. Let's have another drink of beer. I need it. The guitar. Druggy bags. God, you're not painting a very good picture for where you live, Harvey, are you? You don't sound good at all, mate. Right. Let's get some of this grease off the top. Tell you what, that's not even touching it. Let's see if a bit of goo gone will get it off. This gets off glue, crayons, stickers and adhesives. Does it get off grease? Yes, it does. Whoa. Gets it off better than isopropyl. How? And it kept the labelling on. Isopropyl started knocking that letter off there. Right, so this is really free running. It's nice and stiff. There's no movement in that whatsoever. So I was going to just check a minute that there isn't an issue with this one. How are we going to do this? Let's jam that one. Don't want to damage the... Let's get a clip. I'll tell you what I have got to do pretty soon. Actually, is I've got to get that valve tester sorted. I've got to test the valves really in that little radio. So let's try this. It's catching that there, look. Nothing on that side. Let's try the other one. No, no shorts. We've got a good cap. Of course, this one, in comparison, oh, hang on. What are we doing here? Am I on the wrong? That's connected to that. According to that, we haven't got a short. Which is a bit bizarre because we certainly did have a short. I think it's yeah. The whole body of this is moving. This is the problem. So yeah, knackered, technical term. Right, we need to be careful now. Let's get some of these tools out of the way. Don't want to get everything mixed up. Let's put the top back on the goo gone before that goes goo gone everywhere. All the bearings, yeah, I will, Doug. It gets the taxman off my back. What's that, Theo? You have druggies in your garden, Benji. What the hell? Cheers, Sean. Must be in the radio then. Ooh. What's going on? I've missed something here. I've missed something. Anyway, cheers, people. Still tidying, right. Okay, let's think about this then. So that's off of that one, we don't need that. This is the knackered one, but what we need from this is we need that shaft and we need this thing. This El Nastio. I'll tell you what though, I've just rubbed off my marks, haven't I? I've just rubbed off my marks, Graham, you idiot. You idiot. Okay. How are we going to do this then? Because I've rubbed off my marks. So I could just undo the 4 screws and change the whole piece over, couldn't I? Because this one is a lot nicer than that one. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Right, here goes then. Fingers crossed these don't break off as well. So that grub screw. That went a lot nicer, didn't it? Oh no, 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 no. Spindle size is different. Oh, you're joking. Right. What does that mean, Graham? Would that make any difference? Would it bash against the underside of the thing? Let's have a look. That goes in like that. Does size matter? So I'm getting really confused now because that should go in there, but well, that's in the way. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Of course. Yeah, I do need to get that taken off. Oh, bum. So I've got to cut the spindle down in size. So it's not a straight swap after all. Basically, if you look at the two lengths of spindles, that one is larger. And the problem is this touches the base of here. So I'm going to have to cut it off the same length. I think brass is a bit hard for the razor saw, so I'm going to have to get a hacksaw to do that, and that's a pain in the neck. It really is. I thought that that other piece would just drop on there, but not to be. What a bummer. So that's going to be an outdoors job with a Dremel or a junior hacksaw. I'm going to have to pack that with grease so I don't get any swarf down inside the hole. I'm going to have to cut it off. What a pain after all that. Well, that's put an end to that for today, really. I'm just trying to think whether I've got anything else. I don't think I've got another one that would fit. Any suggestions? A Dremel with a cut-off wheel, junior hacksaw, I think, yeah. Throw it in the spares bin. No, Tony. Everybody's had a few, Tony, like you're saying, yeah. Off with its head, you know. Oh, what a pain. Let me think. Think, Graham. Think, what are you doing here? So it literally is dead level with the underside of that. So it's got to come off got to come off to about there, I think. Just really worried about putting a strain on on these bearings or these plates. I think I'm going to have to use a cut-off wheel with the Dremel. I think someone suggested that. Oh dear, Gary, lump hammer beat it into submission. You have spares, you think? Oh, all right, Andrew. Seems a shame to chop this up, really, doesn't it? But I'm not going to do that today. I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to have to deliberate on that, and you never know. Andrew might have a spare one. What a pig. All that effort. And we've got a different size spindle. Well. Rain stop play. I was on a roll then as well. I was like, shall I, shan't I? No, I'm not going to do it now. Yes, I will. No, yes, no. Gonna go and make a Mrs. Demon steak and chips. Oh, nice one, Mike. Thanks very much, mate. Thanks very much for your super chats again today. Most appreciated, mate. Really appreciate that. Thank you. So not as much stress on the shaft and not as many metal filings with the Dremel. I've had bad experience with the Dremel before, Doug, where one of the wheels actually shattered, and a little shard of it caught me just underneath my eye. It literally missed my eye by millimeters, which was really, really scary. So I'm a little bit wary of the Dremel for cutting metal. Have a cup of tea. Normally solves the problem. Shame to chop an RP18. It is, Andrew, really. I will check. I will check to see if I've got a spare. I have got some random tuning caps about, but I would very much doubt they come off of a Hacker, to be honest. I have got another RP30 somewhere. Let's have a quick look in my stock book, my not little black book, my big black book. Why have I got that in picture? Bizarre. Cheers, Mike. Herald was the longer spindle. No, the Herald was a shorter spindle. Shorter spindle, Andrew. So the RP18 is the longer spindle. So the RP30, the top of the spindle is below the level of that bracket. Just it's sort of level with the underside of it. Get the 78s out. You use the diamond fibre cut-off wheels now. Oh, okay. That sounds promising, Doug. Because the ones I've got are these things. And they're like fibre material. Actually, I've got got one set up there now. But as I say, I had one of these shatter and caught me just underneath the eye. I don't mind using them on plastic, but I'm a little bit wary about using them on metal. So we've got two different standard cut-off discs and sanding discs. Yeah, so these are these Black & Decker ones. They're actually smaller. What are these then? Standard cut-off discs. I wonder if these are any different then, or whether this is one of the ones that shattered. Okay, these look like they've got shiny bits in them, Doug. Standard cut-off discs. They look like they've got shiny bits in those. You see sort of a bit of a glittery there? But I'm not sure whether it was one of those that shattered or one of these. I think it's the same arbor for either. But anyway, Andrew's going to have a look, see if he's got one. Oh, he's got one! You found one, Andrew. Brilliant. That's great news. I take it as a spare one, Andrew, is it? That's not shorted. We don't want a shorted one. If worried, get the missus to do the Dremelin. You off, Derek, are you? Cheers, mate. Have a good one. Get the missus to do the Dremelin. That's cruel, isn't it? I've actually got a box of Dremel accessories here as well. I mean, I haven't got a Dremel. I couldn't afford a Dremel, so I got a Black & Decker one. What's this got in it? Dremel cut-off wheel. So I've got proper Dremel cut-off wheels. They're probably better. Yeah, they're possibly a bit better. But I don't need it. Why am I even looking? Andrew's just found me one. Andrew's found me one. How easy to remove the short on the original cap? I think it's wear, Ninja. I think sadly it is wear. So what are these big ones then? What are these things? I thought these were cut-off discs, but they're much thicker. I don't know. That's the trouble, isn't it? They don't tell you what bits to use. They just assume that you know. There's obviously a saw there for wood. Some quite nice bits in this. I picked this up from the local auction house. There's a whole load of burrs and that with it as well. Look. There's a Dremel box there. What's that got in it? All sorts of sanding things that have been used by the looks of it. Polishing. Some ash guaranteed burrs. So yeah, useful little tin of bits and pieces that. The Dremel does come out quite a lot actually. It's one of my more used tools. No comments, George. Only £60? What's £60, Theo? Oh, brilliant, Andrew. Well, if you don't mind partnering with it, Andrew, I'd happily have that one off of you. You think the fat ones are for cutting tile, do you, Doug? Yeah, you can physically. I mean, if I get you in, let me get you on the overhead camera. I'll just show you how bad this tuning cap actually is. I just didn't notice it to start with, really. Let's get you on the overhead camera. So here's the close-up of the tuning cap, and you'll be able to see. Can you see the sideways movement in that by just moving the spindle? All I'm doing is so there's wear in that. That's not that's the bearings up here. So the top of the tuning can, there's one. So no matter what I do under here with the end float, it's not making any difference. You can tell how worn it is by how floppy it is, look. So yeah, it's kaput. It is. But say, it took me a long time to get to that point where I sussed that out, really, didn't it? So I'm just going to put that back in there for now. And that one lives to fight another day. Because I've not managed to get it sorted today, which is a shame. We've done a lot of work on it, mind you. Done a lot of work on it, so that's all good. You like a floppy cap? Makes you feel all northern, does it? Everybody's northern to me, though, George. Looks like a job for all the gear. I don't know whether it's the bearing or the shaft is worn. I don't know how they come apart or anything. I've never... Well, I wouldn't ever take one of these apart. God, no. Definitely wouldn't want to do that. So it literally is just the bearing. I wouldn't have thought it's the bearings themselves are worn. It's more likely the brass shaft is worn rather than the bearings. Steel bearings are going to be good probably pretty much forever. You've got a ferret. He needs a ferret, George. I think he'd be good with a ferret. Trouble is the ferret wouldn't like the piggies, would they? I don't think guinea pigs and ferrets would mix, George, do you? Michael Jackson time. Put it down to poor manufacturing of the day, stick to Ferguson. Yeah, I mean this other one, there's absolutely no movement whatsoever in it. Absolutely no movement at all. I wonder if screwing in the end float thingy bob will stiffen it up. Well, that does stiffen it up, but it's moving it the wrong way. God, they really are grinding. No. I mean, you can only tighten this in one way. This end float. I'm just messing it. I'm still messing here. I don't know how you get it apart, Theo, to be honest. Oh, I can sort of... You just get that apart. How the hell do they make those? Yeah, I'd have to unsolder the fixed vanes. God, I've made this worse now. I can't get it back together now. Oh my God! I got bearings. I got bearings coming out and all sorts now. Why did I take that apart? Whose idea was that, Theo? Whose idea was that? I got bearings coming out everywhere here. How the hell? I mean, I'd never get the thing back together now. I've took it apart. So God knows how they construct these things. They must put the movable vanes in first and then solder the fixed ones in after. I'm just messing trying to get it apart now. I blame Theo for this. Saw that guitar playing last night. Oh, it's really jammed up now. God knows what's going on with this. Okay, it's enough playing about. There's ball bearings everywhere now. Take it apart. I have taken it apart. It won't go back together though. I've took the thing apart. I've took the end float bit off the bottom here. Sort of wants to come apart, but it don't. I think they must add this center plate in afterwards. They can't get it out with that center plate in. God knows how they make it, because that's soldered in, that center plate, that. It's actually physically soldered in. So you'd have to unsolder that to pull it out. And then this looks like it's been hammered in to keep it in place. It's nearly out. It's sort of nearly out, but not fully out. It won't go past that center plate. There's a lot of bearings everywhere though. A lot of bearings. It's another bearing out. Will it come out now? Surely it'll come out now. It's hanging. Oh, we've got that springy thing in the way now. Hey! There it is. So assume the area of wear is in here, around the bearing race, because the rest of it looks fine. So there you are, just for you. You've got to pop all the bearings out to get the thing out. So I mean, it could be worn. It could be worn in this bit, couldn't it? Could be that bit worn. Anyway, that's enough assing about with that. I'm going to finish my beer and then I'm going. I don't know, Theo. I'd need to measure it. I'd need to measure it. It's either the shaft or the race there. One of the two. It could even be the little bit in the bottom, I suppose. But that's got a ball bearing in that as well. Oh, he says, I'm pulling it out. So that's not one. The little end float thingy. Anyway, interesting to take apart, but there you go. Post-mortem. Lost a ball. Ballless. So people, I'm calling it a day at that. I hope you've enjoyed watching along with that. At least we got some stuff done, didn't we? We got the volume and on-off switch sorted, which was a bit of a pain. But we need to get another tuning cap. So yeah, make a good washing machine engineer. There's a picture in the messenger group, George is saying. Just for me. There's a picture. Oh, okay. That's the one, correct one for the Herald. Let's have a look. Andrews. That's the boy, Andrew, by the looks of it. Yep. That is the one. That's the one, mate. I think the spindle height looks the same. That's the one, Andrew. That's the boy. Okay, I'm going to call it a day, people. Thanks everybody for your input today. Thanks for all the super chats, brilliant. And thanks to Andrew, who's going to pop that in the post to me. So thank you very much, Andrew. Are we done yet, Chris? Yes, we are, mate. It's a full stop now. I can't do anything unless I cut the shaft of the RP18, which would be doable, but not today. And Andrew's got me one, so all good. Hope we've enjoyed that, people, and I'll catch you. I don't think I'll be on in the week. Mrs. Cruncher's got Monday and Tuesday off, so I'm not going to be about Monday and Tuesday. My car's going in Monday, so have new brakes done, hopefully. Then I'm off up to see Nick up in Stroud on Thursday. And then we might have something off the back end of that the weekend. You never know. So cheers, everybody. Catch you soon. Thanks again for everything today.